Hello, hey Kuro. Yes, this will be for YouTube. In fact, part one of this endgame is already on YouTube. So yes, hola señor. Um, so yeah, last week we saw um, all the different techniques in Rook and Pawn versus Rook, and today we're gonna complete that with a few positions, especially the ones from the pawn, central pawn on the sixth rank. I think I'll start by doing a quick recap of all the techniques we learned last week. Um, the study is public. I will link it also from the video, and yeah, I don't want to spend much time. This position that we're looking at right now is what we're going to explore today because it's more complicated than it looks like. And where should we start? Well, let's start with uh, doing a quick recap of all the defensive techniques that we discussed, as well as the attacking techniques. Um, so this is a good summary of them. We've seen first rank defense, which works against knight's pawn and only against a knight's pawn, and that is when your king is in front of the pawn. Like if you're the defender and you can manage to have the king in front of the pawn in the back rank, then you just bring your rook to the back rank and wait forever. That's the easiest defense. So if you can do it, I would recommend doing it instead of going for any other defensive setup that may be trickier. Anyway, third rank defense is also very simple. It has a name. It's Philidor's technique. Most people know this one. Actually, let's bring up positions for this. Although the order of them are it's a bit different, but it's okay. Let's move to the first rank. This is the position. So yeah, if you have a defending king in front of the pawn already, the defense is as simple as bringing the rook down and waiting to the first rank. So yeah, you just wait. There's no way for white to make progress, and you just wait. Simple. Third rank defense or Philidor is when you can bring the rook to the third rank because the pawn still didn't cross that rank and the king didn't cross either. In that case, you can just put your rook there, wait forever on the third rank. Of course, uh, white can try, I don't know, to bring the rook to c6. White can still try to ruin your setup. And that's one important thing to know is about this endgame is you should know all the techniques and then you you see how to apply them. If you do Philidor as we're doing in this position, it doesn't mean that you have an immediate draw automatic. It is a draw, but yeah, your opponent can still play around. As I say, if it was me, I would try as white to bring the rook to f6, d6, e6, somewhere to, you know, ruin this Philidor setup. But still, then you can switch to another technique maybe, or you can try to have the defending rook on the good side. But okay, let's not get into complications. Let's just refresh our mind about what the techniques were. Philidor is when you cut the third rank, and whenever your opponent tries to make progress by pushing the pawn because the king can't go because you're cutting that rank, then you go all the way back and you can check from behind because now that the pawn has been pushed, there's no way to hide, to shelter from the checks from behind, and you can check forever. Rook endgames are complications. Yeah, yes, they are. So, yeah, that's the second technique, also very well known. Um, when you can't do that, it's important to prevent Lucina or the breach, which we're gonna see. We're gonna refresh our minds about it when listing the attacking techniques. Hey, Mamlu, what's up? So, so we use the long side defense, which means every pawn because there's no central file on the board. each point will be either king side or queen side. So there's always going to be a long side and a short side. So you want your rook on the long side, your king on the short side, so you can deliver checks from as far as possible, even if they're lateral checks. And that's the long side defense. So um, I always read it as King and Horwich. Kling and Horwich. It's Kling and Horwich, yeah. Okay, so an example of long range, long side defense would be this position where our king is not in front of the pawn. That's bad news. The strong side has the king in front of the pawn very close to promoting. Our king is cut. So this is very bad news for the defending side, except um, that we have the rook on the perfect spot, that is on the long side. And for example, if it's black to move here, we can just start delivering checks. This is the so-called long side defense, when you're far enough to have this check, rook a7, and therefore there's no way. Oops, give me a second. Okay, so if the rook is on b2, I guess you mean b7, or b2, I guess. Yeah, it loses. We need at least these three ranks in between. Sorry, I said ranks. These three files in between the rook and the pawn, so that this check that we're seeing right now can be delivered, because the king had. This is as far as the king can go from the pawn. Now the king needs to go back, defend the pawn. Um, so yeah, long side defense requires the long side. Of course, if the pawn was not central and the bishop was, if the pawn was, for example, a bishop's pawn. Let's imagine this position with this king here, this pawn here, this king here. Then the rook on the b file also works. We need those three files in between. But yes, a general rule, always the king on the short side to have the long side for the rook. At least three files, if I'm correct. Exactly. All right. So there's that. That's the long side defense. Not very complicated, if you ask me, but whenever your opponent is about to have Lucina, you're already in a very critical spot. You need to be accurate, even if the technique looks simple. Skull, yeah. Can I have one? Thanks, honey. Cheers. Skull. I mean skull. Um, I've seen you not go to the short side with the king sometimes. Well, I make mistakes. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay, and last but not least, the technique, the so-called technique, Kling and Horwich, not King and Horwich, but Kling and Horwich. I think there were two different people, but I'm not 100% sure. And as I say here, and this is my order that I give as an advice, as I say there, use when you can't use anything else. Well, that doesn't mean that you can always use it. You need to meet certain conditions to be able to do it, but it's not the easiest defense from all these techniques. It's probably the most complicated. So yeah, if you can do something else, if you can do Philidor, for example, that would be the general rule. And if you can't do Philidor and you're about to get a Lucina kind of position, then be looking for the long side with the rook. Anyway, this position, for example, it's black to move, and we don't have Philidor because rook f6 is not a move you want to play. It's losing, obviously, and rook g6 is not legal. So yeah, we can't do Philidor here. What do? We go to the back rank, and the idea is not to check the king. The idea is to put the rook behind the pawn, and pretty much that's what you need to remember. Now, if the pawn pushes, again, there's no shelter in front of the pawn, so you're happy with giving checks. So the question is, what happens if white pushes the king instead of the pawn? There are two ways to push. I mean, there are two ways white can do this. Either king e6, blocking the pawn, which forces our king to move, or king d6. but the idea is going to be the same. So I have both lines here, and as a general rule, we always want the short side with our king. So king d8 is a bad move. So we play king f8. I don't know why. Let me promote this to. Yeah, I don't know why king f8 was the main line there. King d8, sorry. So yeah, we go king f8, and if king d6, this is what's gonna show the basic Kling and Horwich technique. We put the rook behind. As long as we're not checkmated, like the kings are not in opposition, then we have time to play rook e1. If king e6 is played, then we have to play. We have to move the king, but it's gonna end up in the same kind of Kling and Horwich position, because after a move like rook a7, we go rook e1, and the idea is the same. So let's go back to the main line, which is putting the rook behind. Importantly, we don't check here. We don't check. We don't play rook d1 check king e6, because we don't do that. But we'll see why. Or maybe we shouldn't go into details. I don't know. Yeah, let's see why. Okay, we're going fast over this, but we saw this last week, so this is like a recap. Yeah, we put the rook behind, and this is the basic. Probably this is the position you need to remember in your mind when you talk about Kling and Horwich. You need to remember this position. Like the kings are not in opposition. You have the rook behind of the pawn. Again, if the pawn pushes, we have checks forever. So the critical question is what happens if white plays king e6. Well, we know what to do. We play king f8. The other thing white can try is check. There's only one legal move, and the point of this Kling and Horwich setup, hey Metal Eagle, is that the pawn cannot push in this position thanks to the rook and the king, the coordination of both. If the rook was not on e1, if the rook was not on the e file, now a move like e6 with check would be really, really annoying. White would make a lot of progress. Also, if the rook was not attacking the pawn, a king d7 could also be annoying. So yeah, we're preventing both the king and the pawn from advancing thanks to this rook behind the pawn. And yeah, if check, we go back. So yeah. And we saw a lot of lines last week. We're not going to go deep into the lines, just to refresh the mind about what Kling and Horwich is. We saw, I think, what happens if you go to the short side here, which is suspicious. You shouldn't do that. But there was this yeah, this position. There was this rook e8 trick, which is a nice idea. And here we have the king on the short side, sorry, on the long side. So the rook has to go to the short side, but only by a miracle, black makes a draw here. So we saw this very particular line where short side defense works, but only because the rook is on e8, so we have time to attack it here. So it's very in the limit. We don't want to do that. We prefer to go king f8 here, not king d8. Remember, Kling always on the short side. Now, about attacking techniques, there's not much to say. We saw Lucina, and we saw an alternative to Lucina, but probably Lucina is the one thing you need to remember, which is when your king is, well, when your pawn already arrived on the 7th rank, and the defending king is out. The defending king is cut out on the Kling on the short side. Okay, when the king is cut out on the long side, like in this position, so the king and the rook are worst case scenario. If this king was here and this rook was here, obviously the white's rook would be here, for example, then it would be a draw. Then black would have long side defense. But in this position, black has the king and the rook on the wrong side. The rook is on the short side, the king is on the long side. So this is a win for white. Also, it's white to move. And the way to win is to apply this Lucina, the bridge construction that I think it's very famous. Most people know. But yeah, what happened to arrive here is probably that black's king was cut. and white's king was helping the pawn to get to the 7th rank, but because black kept checking, the king had to hide on the 8th rank. So this is usually the starting position of Lucina, but usually comes from a position where you already managed to put the pawn on the 7th rank, but then the only way out of all the perpetual checks is to put the king on the 8th, like in this case. But then you can do uh, the breach, which consists of first pushing the king so we can get out of the 8. The king must separate. King e6 loses on the spot to king 8. So the king must go to the g file. And then you bring the rook to the 4th rank. You can do the breach on the 5th as well, but on the 4th is the best construction. And now your king is ready to go out. So the rook, black's rook can't cut your king on both sides of the pawn. So let's say black waits, then you get out. And we all know this. We're ready to block with the rook and win. So that's Lucina. Just a quick recap of all these techniques. And with that, I think we covered everything we need to remember. And now we're ready to move on into today's topic, which is this position, this particular position with a central pawn on the 6th rank, and this guy it's white to move, and this position is there are a few tricks here or a few attempts that white can do, but this is a theoretical draw. However, it's a theoretical draw that it's worth knowing because it's tricky. And for example, if I have it, and I think I have it, and I'll add it to the study, Levon Aronian beat Magnus Carlsen in such an endgame. So even if it's a theoretical draw, there's some tricks to know, especially that one that Levon used is very interesting. So yeah, let me read this. We will use this position to study different techniques in action. Well, I don't think all the techniques will apply. Like, for example, first rank defense, we're not going to see it here. White has the king in front of the pawn, correct, and is near promotion. It's on the 6th rank, so one of White's goals will be to try and put the pawn on the 7th rank to apply then Lucina or the breach or something. But Black's king is near, yes, and Black's rook in the perfect long side. You see Black's rook on the A file. It's perfect file. That means both sides are usually one move away from spoiling the position, and the battle of techniques becomes really interesting. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Year 2022, and we're still studying Rook endgames? Yeah, always. Also, we're covering the basics here, but in further sessions, we will go into more complicated endgames, and at some point, eventually, some practical endgames. I think it's important to see, not just theoretical ones. But okay, so in your opinion, well, I already spoiled that this is a draw, but in your opinion, Crazy has Rook endgames. What should be the general ideas or the general strategies for both sides? What can White try to do, and what should Black try to avoid? If you've never seen this position before, it may not be an easy question to answer. But I think with everything we know about long side, about the bridge, we can already have some relevant ideas, relevant to this position at least. Yeah, so that's the plan for today. We're gonna show like 4 different lines where Black manages to save, 4 different lines where White actually wins, I think. It's been a long while since I don't see this study. And then I have a placeholder for some examples because I brought like 3 or 4 examples or puzzles of rook and pawn versus rook, plus that one example from Aronian Carlsen. Can white create a Zugzwang and try to ask black to make one of his pieces worse? For example, is it still a draw if it's black to move? That's a very good first question. And yes, one of the ideas that white can try is to get to this position with black to move. That would be one idea, to say, okay, it's black to move. Show me how do you play, because the king is perfect on g7, or so it looks like, and the rook looks also like perfect on a8. So let's say it's black to move, although it's not, I think. Yeah. So how do we make black to move? One way could be, if it was me, I would play rook b7. And actually, I think we're going to see that line. For example, if black plays rook b8, rook a7. Oh yeah, definitely. If black plays, yeah. So actually, I'm gonna put a lot of lines in this chapter, and then maybe we go over the lines we had in the study. Yeah, let's go together with the ideas on this position. So let's say I play rook b7. What would black play here? Because what I want to do is something like rook b7, rook c7, rook d7, and get to the same position, assuming black will play something back and forth here. It's true that if I play rook b7, you can't you can't play rook b8 as Kudo was suggesting, but I could start with rook c7. Yeah, let me go back there. Let's go rook c7. And yeah, Kudo said king g6 is a good move there. Now let's imagine rook b8, and as Kudo pointed out, rook a7. Now black is in trouble, and well, we already discussed how the rook was perfect on the a file. Now it's no longer perfect on the a file. So what does black do here? Let's say you play king g6 here. Does king d6 work here? I'm tempted to go rook a1 instead. Yeah, I like rook a1 better. So here's the thing. If I go king d6 and the king comes here, if again, if the opponent didn't have long side defense, I would be happy with something like this and keep the king cut. The problem is here black is right on time to go back to the a file and do the long side defense, right? And I think this is going to be a draw, although I would still like to play on with white for a bit. But so instead of that, instead of king d6, I'd like to play rook a1. There's no rush. There's no rush. We have the a file, and I'm trying to do this check to play king f7 and push the pawn. So let's say if black does nothing, I'm gonna just play check, king f7, push the pawn, and win. Even if the king's still on g6, which is hard to keep right now, but let's say this, and win. So, so black, what can black do? Black can check, but there are no 3 ranks, only 2. So these lateral checks will not work at all. At all. And so at some point you need to stop checking, let's say here, but again, I can push you away and then push the pawn. So yeah, I think with rook a1, it's a very simple win. Maybe not simple, nothing simple here, but not so complicated. And hey, Nathan, it is not Lucina because, well, it could be Lucina, yes. It could be Lucina if, for example, after rook a1, black tries. How can we arrive to a Lucina kind of position? Um, let's say black tries this. Um, we don't want to check because of the king here. We will have to. Oh, rook b2 also. Yeah, yeah, rook b2 maybe. Although that's maybe too straightforward. But okay, yeah, let's say that. And now we're gonna want to push the pawn, and let's say something like this, something like this. And if rook here, we do this check. If king here, king moves, king f8, right? If king e6, king f8, simplest. And if king goes to the g file, then we have a Lucina kind of situation. We can do this check again. The king has to go to the h file because king here, there's no rook takes because of rook f1. So king goes to the h file, and this is Lucina, for example. You also have king f8. Yeah, here we have king f8. True. Good point, Kuro. Yeah, so it may be or may not be Lucina, depending on how black plays it. But the point is black loses. So black can't lose the a file. Rook b8 is a blunder. Rook b8, you lose the a file, then white is in no rush. You have time to play rook a1. You don't need to get out with the king super fast. The rook is much better on a1. And if you try to prevent rook a1, well, we have rook a2. but I guess here probably there are other ways to win, like king e8 check or. Again, the thing we don't want to do is this. This is what we don't want to do as white. We don't want to allow the rook back to the long side because that's the way to defend against the Lucina construction. So gotta be careful with that because it's really, really tempting. And I've done that mistake many times. It's so tempting to, cut the king and have all ready for Lucina, and then your opponent plays rook a1, and then you're like, oh, one side defense. Yeah. So, uh, as you can tell from these lines we're seeing, it's all about the a file. If black loses control of the a file, black loses. Always repeat once, even if it's 5 moves. Yeah. So after a move like rook c7, black should not never ever play rook out of the a file. Now, can black, let's say, play rook a1? Can black or rook a6? I mean, can we just um, wait on the a file with the rook? That is, lose control of the 8th rank. How bad can it be to lose control of the 8th rank? Let's have a look at that. Let's imagine black plays rook a1, rook a6, king d7. Um, yeah, rook a6, king d7, rook a8, king, and if e7, king f7. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Rook a6, king d7. I'm thinking rook a8, and now if you push, I go here, and the rook on a8 is perfect, right? It's covering the 8th rank and the a file, which is one of the key concepts in this endgame. Is leave the rook on a8. Yeah, I thought rook c8 after king a8. Oh, after rook a8, you thought this, right? I think we just check, right? I think we just Yeah, we can just check here. Yeah, and rook c7 repeats the position, and like rook back to a8. And if you try to advance your king, it will not work because king f6 will cover e7 a lot. So yeah, this should be a draw. Let's imagine something like this. Now this pawn is lost. Oops, that was a mouse leap. Yeah. So so yeah, rook back to a8. Nice. So rook a6. Let's put rook a6 on the board because I think it's a bad move. But rook a6, if white doesn't do anything special, rook back to a8 should still hold. But what is something special? Well, something special is you lost control of the eighth rank. Let's use the eighth rank. So uh, the move that makes sense here is rook c8 immediately, or or what else can we do? I mean, we can't go king e8, so um, so let's try rook c8. When the king was on d7 and we played rook c8, rook a7 check was working, right? So let's check. If we go king up, king f6, yeah, king d8, there's king f6. And we've been on that position before. There's no way to win. So I'm thinking we have to go here, and I'm thinking maybe rook c8 was not a winning attempt, but it has to. King d8, there's even king f8. Okay, maybe yes. You don't want to go there, but yes. Okay, and yeah, king d6. Instead of rook c8, that's king d8. That's the other question I have in the back of my mind. But no, the pawn is hanging. Sorry. Um, so yeah, rook c8. If you keep checking, okay, if you keep checking, my point was rook c6. And then you can go back to a8. I don't know if you have any other idea, but I'm ready to push e7. Rook a1. I think rook a1, I go king d7. It's going to be a draw. Are we holding this? King d7, rook a7. But then king d8. So let's put that on the board because it's actually instructive. Here king d8. And king f8 again. Oh, because the rook is on c. No, king f8 loses. e7 check. No, there's rook f7. Never mind. Huh. So then king e8. Then king e8. Yeah, king e8. But I guess you're gonna check me. I really need the rook on d6, not on c6. Hmm. Okay, so I guess black is holding uh, with rook a6. I have I have my doubts really. Rook c7, rook a6 holds. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. It's not the move you want to do. Which is also another, yeah, speaking of headaches, another problem, with endgames, especially rook and pawn endgames, but all endgames in general. When you look at them with the database, you see, oh, this move draws, this move draws, this move draws. But there are certain fortresses or techniques that work, and others that you need to calculate and figure out whether they work or not. Like to me, Rook A6, I've never seen the technique to hold the position like that. So for me, I can't say whether it holds or not, because I know in this position I would just play King G6. This is what I would do here. Just leave the rook on A8. It's perfect on A8. Um, but it seems as it holds Rook A6. Now we may or may not be missing something. But yeah, that's the thing with looking into this with the database. You'll see sometimes certain moves work, some other times they don't. I've seen the King F8 and the King G6 idea. Aha. Okay, so in general, you want to keep the rook covering the 8th rank and on the A file. We already saw that rook B8 loses like very clearly. And now let's imagine you play rook A6, I play rook B7. Okay, and I tell you it's your turn, because that's what I wanted to do, triangulating. So if you go back to A8, every rook move on the A file holds. I don't think so. I wouldn't be sure. You know what? Let's ask the database. Yes. Yes. Every rook on the A file holds except rook A7. Uh, and if I played rook B7, also the same. But that doesn't mean that if we wait, like if I wait, who's moving? What happened here? That wasn't me. I think I had a key on the keyboard pressed. Sorry about that. So yeah, what line was I saying? Yeah, this one and this and oh, finish engine line. Could be, yeah. So yeah, moves on the A file hold. But for example, in this position, according to the database, rook A1 holds, rook A2 holds, rook A3 holds, rook A4 holds, rook A5 holds, rook A6 loses. So you can study like this. Like you can study in this particular position with the rook on D7, rook A6 doesn't win. Or, as I would think it's best, probably, you can understand the ideas. And what I like to do when I study an endgame is to find the easiest defensive plan, which is King G6, King G7. Honestly, in most of these positions, when you have the rook already on A8, which is perfect on A8, King G6, I mean, King G6, King back to G7. Just don't change your fortress, right? Now, if you look in the database, you'll see, oh, in this particular position, rook a6 loses. If the rook was on c7 or b7, rook a6 holds. Let's see why rook a6 loses, because I think yeah, king g6, king g7 is easier to remember, but you have to have the rook on a8. Rook on a8. What did Carlsen play to lose? We will see. We will see. And it's connected with this trick I think we're going to see. So let me hide the engine and the database. Let's figure it out on our own why rook a6 loses. I think the reason rook a6 loses is rook d6, probably. Or is it rook d8? Let me check on the database just to be 100% sure. Oh, we have the check. Yeah. Okay, yeah. In this, yeah, king e8 check. Yeah, it's not connected to the trick that Carlsen hangs, so this is good. Yeah, in this position, rook a6 loses to king e8 check. And And if you check and we block, if you try to go after this, there's this check. And then, I mean, I would say this. Yeah, so it's not what Carlsen hang, but it is kind of nuts. Yeah, so um, if your rook is behind, you have no problem allowing king e8 check. But why would you allow king e8 check if you don't have to? So yeah, having the rook on a8, I think it's like the best square. You have to move the rook on the sixth, and you don't want to exactly. Okay, so let's see what Carlsen hang, which I think I'm gonna import it. I have it on my computer somewhere. Here it is. Okay. So rook a6 is a self-6 one. Yeah, I think it was move 50. Actually, let me hide this comment because it's in proper Spanish. All right. Why would I start here? No. Okay, I don't know why. I guess I looked at this with the students and I had that comment to start here the endgame, but well, this is Levon Aronian as white. You know a lot of Spanish, Kudo. So Levon is a pawn up, but it's a 2 versus 1 with rooks. It should be a draw, right? But okay, he tries for that. Now he tries for that. Check. And well, let's get to the point. King d6 is tricky. Uh, if rook takes f4, I guess check and e6. Okay, and we're in this position. Yeah, if it was me, guys, if it was me, I would play rook to b6 check. Philidor, rar, but you can't. So, if it was me, I would play rook e1, Klingon Horwich, and offer a draw. Rook behind the pawn, if checking f7, right? Klingon Horwich. We all know this. But Magnus went for the check, king e6, still Klingon Horwich, rook e1. Nice. It's a draw. Check, rook there. Which side you go? Short side. Rook check, rook d8. Tricky Aronian, because a normal human being would go to cover the A file. The problem is this is still Klingon Horwich and black holes. So tricky, rook d8. Carlsen brings the rook to the long side. Good move. King e7. Let's hide the moves, although you can't see the moves. Okay, you can't see them. Good. Um, Rook a5. e6. Rook a7 check. Rook d7. Sounds familiar, this position. Here, as we already know, any move on the a file except rook a6 um, works for black. But my recommendation would be rook a8. Rook a8 is like the. So Carlsen played rook a8, which is great. And here Aronian played the trickiest move, the trickiest. And if you ever have this position, try this. Although if it was me, I would try. Uh, I would play around first. I would play king d6 check and then go back to this position. I would play rook b7 and go back to this position. Or I would try rook d8. Rook d8 is also a tricky attempt. And then finally, I would try rook d6. Rook d6, what Levon played, is the trickiest move. The trickiest. What would you play as black? Black to play and not lose, as Magnus did. King g6 is my first instinct, but that is what he probably played. He didn't play king g6. And king g6 is correct, Kudo. King g6 is not only a draw, it is the only move that draws. Yeah. Now, Magnus played a tempting move. A tempting move that would be a draw in any other scenario except with the rook on d6. With white's rook on d6, rook a7 check loses. And well, that's the trick. not very complicated, but yeah, if especially if you play around and you move around your pieces and your opponent can get tricked with a move like this as rook d6. Rook a7 check loses to king e8, and here actually Carlsen resigned um, already. Um, but yeah, the fact is black is losing here. E7 is coming. There's no real way to prevent it because thanks to the rook on the 6th rank, king f6 is met with the e7 check. Yeah. And now, yeah, if the king goes here, let's say this, and if you try this, okay, we still need to um, king g7, rook g6. What do you mean rook g6? Okay. Uh, um, so what would be the easiest way to win here? Mm, what's the simplest way to win? Um, so yeah, I saw the database suggested rook d1. Rook d1 is not so obvious, is it? Because we have long side defense. I think rook e6 is probably the simplest in my eyes. Secure the promotion, the king will get out because it's impossible to cut. Right? Rook e6, the king will get out regardless. There's no way this rook goes to d4, for example, in one move. So, um, yeah, I think that would be the simplest in my eyes. Um, yeah. Like, I mean, even if you try this, you're not in time. So, and if you keep checking, I guess I can just run out. I'm always threatening to promote, and the rook trade will never help you because I cover f7. So okay, in this case, I think maybe this is the easiest way to win. Um, but yeah, very important trick, rook d6. You can run to the rook. I guess so too, yeah. I wasn't sure. What were we saying? Yeah, so we were here. And here we can run to the rook too, yeah. I was, rook d6 is dirty. I was a bit confused about this kind of setup, which may actually be a draw. So, although it's not, yeah, we're just in time. We're just in time to meet king f7 with king d7, and we still win. But yeah, we can go. Yeah, king d5, and now run towards the rook. Yeah, yeah, that was my point too. Yeah, I mean the point is once we're out, we're gonna run against the rook. Yeah, for sure. E8 is unstoppable. So rook d6 is dirty, but it's a good trick to remember because in this position, the initial position, oops, I mean the position after rook a8, um, against, for example, rook d8, which is another attempt, the right answer is rook a7 check, and if rook d7, rook back to a8. So it's a tricky position. You have to be careful. And as black, I would say if you're faced against a move that's non-threatening, for example, rook d8 threatens your rook, so you have to move the rook. But rook d6 is not threatening, then just wait, king g6, king g7. So yeah, this was a very, very nice trick. I think Aronian is one of the, he knows a lot about rook and pawn games. And by a lot, I mean, he's probably the highest expert on the topic. Or I like to think that. Anyway, so yeah, that was it. I had a few lines here, a few examples, so maybe we can go over the lines. Let's remove everything we've seen on this position to keep the static clean. And let's go through the chapters I had because actually I have some text. So now we're gonna go over things that we've seen already, but to to follow the study that at some point I spent some time writing, so it's probably um, a better, it's probably well thought how to show the lines. But Carlsen was just at 2695 there. Yeah, exactly. Okay, as a general rule, once the pawn has reached the 5th, 6th, or 7th ranks, and the defending king cannot be in front of it, the only efficient defensive method is occupying the long side with the rook, which we already know. Therefore, the defending rook must be on the A file. Since there are some winning ideas that we'll see related to, this text is too long, related to, I need to rewrite this, to the back rank, the ideal spot for the defensive rook is the A8 square, A8 square. We'll see blah blah blah, some attempts. Let's start with rook d8. So rook d8, logical move, forcing black's rook away from the ideal spot, and white's main threat is to go king e8 next and e7 next. So we have, for example, here the line rook a1 blunder, just to show that not every rook move on the a file would work after a move like rook d8, because that allows just king e8, and if king f6 just e7, and rook d6 check is coming. We already saw that kind of position and how white wins there. So don't play rook a1 here. Don't play rook a2 here. Don't play rook a3. In fact, according to my notes here, rook a6 also draws. So remember those positions we saw where every rook move on the a file was drawing except rook a6? Now it's the other way around. And rook a7 check also draws, and rook a7 is the recommended move. Rook a7 check because the pawn would be hanging immediately. Yeah, so rook a6 prevents king e8, exactly. Okay, rook a7 check is probably a bit more practical than rook a6. But yeah, they both work. But in general, I think it's easier to remember rook a7 check. It's me at least. And now white will go rook d7, and we were gonna repeat the initial position, because if white tries king e8 here, the pawn is immediately lost, and it's a draw. And if the king goes to d6, then well, we can check, and here this is important. Don't trade rooks. Rook a8, and it's gonna be a draw. Okay, so yeah, against rook d8 we can do the check. We can also go rook a6 as we've seen, but rook a7 check. And after rook d7 we go back. All right. Now another attempt, king d6 check, the straightforward attempt that we haven't talked about. So would you try this first and then the rook d6 idea? Yes. I would try rook d8. I would try rook b7 or rook c7, because those lines will end up transposing it, to the initial position. So I would try a couple of those before trying the rook d6 trick. Yeah, I would do that. Now king d6 check is the straightforward approach. Now king f6 I have here, rook f7 checking, king g6, rook f1 is still a draw because long side defense, and as we've seen, this is very tempting for white, but it's not winning. So king f6 also works here, but king f8 exclamation mark, and now if rook h7, well, we can check, and yeah, this is just going to be a draw. We have Philidor kind of position. The pawn is already on the 6th rank, because it started on the 6th rank. All right, so yeah, king d6 check, not a problem. Another attempt is this rook d6, a posthumous. There's a typo there. It would be a poisonous attempt. Since black is almost instruction. In fact, we've seen the only move is king g6 here. And I have a few blunders here. One of them is rook a7 check that we already discussed. That was Carlsen's mistake. And here, white wins. And so that check is wrong. I have rook a1 also. Logical idea as well. But again, king a8, king e8, and again, rook a8 check, there's rook d8. So e7 is happening. There's no way to stop it. Yeah. Another attempt could be rook b8, but then this is interesting. Then the way to win is rook d8, which was our threat. This was our threat. I mean, if it was our turn again, boom, rook a7. Okay, sorry. Let's go over that again because it was a bit confusing what I just said. So against rook b8, let's stop here for a second. Should we play rook d8? Well, we know we should because I just have it on the study and it's the right solution. But why not playing rook a6, for example, taking over the a file? It's important to do rook d8 and then rook d7, rook a7, and not rook a6 here, because after rook b7 check, this is going to be a draw. that's the end of the line I have, and probably we should go deeper into it because in my eyes it's not that obvious. Um, we took over the A file, so why is this a draw? Well, I guess we're gonna play King F8 or King F6. If King E8, we can keep checking, right? If King E8, we keep checking. King F6 looks annoying, except if the king goes to E8. Remember the rook is on. So if the king goes to E8 or D8, we shouldn't go King F6 because of E7 check. But we can go King F8, as Kudo already pointed out earlier. So the attempt could be King E8, but then we have checks. And I think that's the point. And maybe this is the critical position. And I guess after King C8, which is the only critical move, I mean, there's King C6 is also critical. But then Rook E7 in either case, right? In both cases, even if King C6, this is a draw. The Rook is really wrong on A6. All right, so yeah, that's tricky because if my opponent plays Rook B8, I would be really tempted to go Rook A6, take over the A file. But the precise way to do it is Rook D8 first. Black has to check. Black doesn't have time to go back to the A file. Then Rook D7, then Rook A7. And we took over not just the A file, but also the 7th rank. So there's no tricks connected with checks and Rook E7. So yeah, that's the precise way. So that's actually a tricky line. Rook D6, Rook B8, not so obvious. And if King G8, well, this is super obvious. I don't know why I have it in the study, but just Rook D8. Okay. And that's it. In this position after Rook D6, Black must play King G6. King G6 is the move. And then, yeah, if Rook D7, we just repeat. If Rook D8, now it's like the Rook D8 line. We can just check and repeat. There's no real difference between having the king on G6 or on G7 in regards to what's happening with the rooks. So yeah, Rook D6, probably the most tricky. Check King E8 and the King F6 tactic again. I don't know which line are you talking about, but I assume you're correct. All right. Last but not least, let's see what happens if Rook C7. Rook C7 and Rook B7 are the same. Where you lose the pawn. Right. And again, we play King G6. Yeah. In this case, I don't even have a line to explore deeper. It's just, you wait. If white is not threatening anything, you wait. All right. And then I have some attacking ideas, which we already saw. For example, what happens if black lost the A file? Rook B8 was played. We already see this. We've already seen this. And I think in this position, I said Rook A1. Did I say Rook A1? I'm not sure if it was in this position. But King D6 check wins. Okay, let me read this carefully because what I have here in my notes is that King D6 check is the only winning move here. So Rook A1 doesn't win. Let me make sure. Yeah, Rook A1 doesn't win. Rook B7 check. Rook B6 check. And this is the same kind of draw that we were just seeing, except rook e7 loses here, but rook b2 still a draw. Yeah, rook e7 loses. But rook b2 still draws here, which is kind of desperate, but it works because white's pieces are all over the place. So how do you get coordinated again to try and promote the pawn? If you remove this rook from the a file, then we have the long side defense. And this king is getting close to the pawn, so you can't just play e7 because e7 king f7. So yeah, very nice defense. Rook b2 here. So rook a1 doesn't win here. The way to win is king d6 check, king f6, king d7 exclamation mark. And we're hmm, could we go back to the rook e1 idea? Yes, yes. What is the rook e1 idea? Um, you mean here rook a1 check, here rook b, no, check, and I think so. We play king f8 with black. Now I'm confused. Which line are you saying? I think the position I had where I suggested rook e1 was here. You mean if white plays rook e1 here? Okay. So yeah, we have to play king f8, right? Yeah, yeah. We have to, yeah. So e7 check, we have king e8. Rook a2 if possible. Yeah, if the king gets close, we have to check. We can't allow e7 check. So I would do check and then rook a2. That would be what I would do this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So back to this position, king d6 check, king f6, and now king d7 x. No, don't be sorry. It was a good line, a good question. King d7 exclamation mark. And now what do you do as black? The line I have here is king g7, but there's also rook b1. So let's say rook b1, e7, rook d1 check, king e8, and well, we're playing king f8 next. And if you do king g7, then we have a Lucina kind of position, so we can win by going rook a2 and applying the breach. Or actually, yeah, we could do it already on the fourth rank and do the check and then get out. So yeah, you can go for the breach with rook a2, rook a4, or use the alternative method that's on the on the chapters we didn't include in the recap today, but we saw last week. That you can also go rook a8, rook d8. It's another way to win once you have the rook on the long side. Hello, Steph Kitsch. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome. So there's that, and that doesn't work. So yeah, after king d6 check, king d7 exclamation mark. I guess we would go king g7, right? King back to g7. Try to uh, hold the position. But now king e7 exclamation mark. We did a triangulation, and now it's black to move, and black plays king g6. What else? Did you see what we did there? Let's go back to the beginning. The only way to win is king d6 check, which is not obvious because rook a1 looked so winning, but it's not. And king d6 check, king f6, king d7 exclamation mark. Once you go back there, king e7, and we went back to the initial position. just the king is forced to move. So king g6. Hello, Patijong. I hope I will be able to remember this. I hope I will never have this on the board, so I don't have to remember it. I mean, I know losing, I know black should have the rook on a8, and I know on b8 it's gonna lose. But as we're seeing, it's not so simple. Oh, party chess, yeah. Theoretical rook endgames don't bring a lot of viewers. I don't care. They're important. Okay, so so now that the king is on g6 instead of g7, we can bring the rook behind the pawn and threaten to promote. Knowing Lucina and Philidor and some general things should suffice for us plebs. Yeah, that's what we covered on the last week, although it's published on YouTube, part 1. Today we're doing part 2, but at the beginning of the stream we did a recap on those topics: first rank defense, third rank defense, alongside defense, and Kling and Horwich, and the bridge, Lucina. Those are the things to know. And yeah, now we're exploring this central sixth pawn kind of position. So after king g6, now we can go rook a1, and now it's different than before, because now if we start the checks, well, there's the line I have is rook b8. King cutoff rules are important. También. Yes. If rook b2, for example, remember what happened against rook e1, king f8? We were playing king f8 with the king on g7. Now we don't have king f8 because the king is on g6. You will remember this, Kuro. You will remember this, the importance of forcing the king to g6 before going for rook a1, rook e1. All right, and the line I had in this particular chapter is rook b8, which well, so will sort of transpose really. Maybe I will get it Friday against the the 2100. Maybe, yeah. And we finally get to this position where, dun, 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 is this Lucina or not, guys? I have a photographic memory. The only issue is that these positions are 60 frames per second. Okay, yeah, e7 wins. And I have a comment that says Lucina here, and I'm gonna delete it. It's wrong. Because this is not this is technically not Lucina. This is just rook behind the pawn. We're gonna get the king out, we're gonna promote. As simple as that. In fact, black has the long side defense. Black has a long side defense setup. The problem is white has rook e1. White has the rook on e1, and it's ready to get the king out. So it can be Lucina if black tries this defense. If black tries to cut the king, then yes, then we do Lucina. All right, but let's delete from there. The other thing black can try is checks, long side check, long side defense, which is checks from the side. The problem is the rook is already defending the pawn. So against those checks, we can just walk towards the rook because the pawn is defended and the pawn is promoting too. So yeah. That's why if it was me, if I was black, I would play rook d2 here because the long side defense will not work with the pawn defended. But then white will have Lucina indeed. So this position is lost. But the beginning of the line, real tricky. King d6 check, king d7 threatening e7, and then king e7, and then king d6. All right, so that was that. Next chapter. Yeah. Thanks, honey. Um, thank you. So we have the same position, and we have king d6 check, king f6, king d7, and now triangulation for 2000. And now black tries, we saw king g7, king e7, king g6, and we lost. So let's play king g6 as black. We're triangulating back. If I was black, I'd play rook e2 and hope for trying double swings. and and hope your opponent hangs the rook in one. Yeah. Uh, I would play rook to the fourth rank, and hope my opponent builds Lucina on the fifth rank instead of the fourth rank, something like that. Um, I saved a position like that once, and that's all I. That's the only trick I know now. Anyway, this is an interesting attempt. Blah blah blah. But the king is already misplaced on g6, so we can start our winning rook maneuver. So same idea as before, rook a1. We don't need to do it with the king on e7. In fact, on d7, it's the same, right? And we saw rook b8 as in the previous line, because rook b2 is the same. Yeah, exactly the same. Nothing new under the sun. And here we do Lucina. Rook g1 check, rook g4. We know this. Um, yeah, so going back to the previous position, the thing I was saying here, if it was me, well, I would play rook d2, but rook a4 is another interesting attempt. The problem is here the king can just get out, so white doesn't have to do Lucina. So yeah, that will not work. That will not work. Um, but if white attempts Lucina like this, I would maybe do this, and you can't really go rook g4. So now you undefended the pawn. So what are you gonna do? Lucina on the fifth rank? Okay, be my guest. If you do this, check. I'll do this, and you're still gonna win. But I mean, if it's time travel, the opponent can get uh, confused maybe, and it wouldn't be the first time I have this kind of endgame over the board where obviously white is winning, but it's queen versus rook. It's not the simplest. In human practice, the queen always wins, except I saved it once, so there's that. Um, but yeah, that would be that's one possible attempt to cover the fourth rank. It's easier when your rook is already on d2, then you play rook d4 and and hope. Um, unless you're 24-50 blitz, you don't win this in blitz unless on flag. Uh, honestly, the reason I don't recommend starting rook versus queen or queen versus rook is because in practice, if you look with the database, queen versus rook is like mating 40 in some positions, mating 40 or mating 42. But if two humans are playing, it's mating 5. Or, it's losing the rook in 5. Like, it's so hard to defend with the rook versus the queen in human play. But then you play against the engine, you never win. Never. Like, it's so hard to push. Like, you can know the positions on the side of the board. Exactly, yeah. Beating stockfish is impossible or close to impossible because you're in a position where the king's still on the third rank, let's say, not on the side of the board, and you can go from mating 37. You make a mistake, it's suddenly mating 47. And it's really hard, especially the part of pushing the king to the side of the board. Once it's on the side of the board, it's relatively easy if you know the ideas. But in human play, I tell you, 10 times out of 10, the queen wins easily, easily, like super easy. So that's why I don't think you should study that particular endgame, because in practice, humans can't play with the side of the rook. Um, but yeah, it's a last resource. The reason I saved that one is because we were in time travel, both of us, and there was no increment. And because there was no increment, my opponent missed. I really didn't play it well. I really hung the rook like twice in a row. He just didn't take it. He didn't see the way, so he sacrificed the queen for the rook not to lose on time. But um, yeah, only because of no increment time travel situation, I managed to save that. It was also over the board, so I think online my opponent would have probably beaten me anyway. But over the board, the time travel feels more real. Anyway, um, back to these these lines. Let's see the next attempt. You still play Caro? That's such a loaded question. Did I ever play Caro? I mean, I know I did, but it sounds like I used to play Caro, and I never used to play Caro Kang. Is definitely not on my main repertoire, I think. Do I play it from time to time? Yes. Um, all right, so we have this position, and now we're gonna see it's the same position over and over. I remember a few years back seeing you play Caro all the time. Mm, maybe you're just imagining. Yeah, I don't think that's me. That doesn't sound like me. I definitely played a lot of Caro Cans in my life, but but playing Caro all the time, that doesn't sound like me. Scandi, maybe yes. I had my time. Had periods of time where I only played Scandinavian, and there were other times where I only would play Alekhine defense. So it's not like I didn't have my times of playing suspicious or weak openings, but Karokan, I don't think I've no, I don't think I've had any period of time where I used to play the Caro all the time. No, I played from time to time, but mostly as a surprise weapon or a fun weapon. But I dare you to find 2 games in a row or 3 games in a row where I played the Caro. I don't think that ever happened, except with the white pieces. Um, all right, King d6 check. We're gonna go to the same position again, King d7, and now another interesting attempt. The king is on f6 instead of King g7, allowing King e7, then King g6, Rook a1, or instead of King g6, Rook a1 directly, we go Rook b1. So let's keep the king on f6, prevent Rook a1, for example. So Black decides to keep the king near the pawn and bring the rook back to deliver some checks. Unfortunately, this immediately enters a Lucina position. e7, boom. And yeah, the pawn threatens to promote, so you have to check King e8. And we're back in the same kind of position. Okay, and last but not least, this line again, we're gonna go King d6, check King f6, King d7, King g7, and after King e7, instead of King g6 here, we're gonna try Rook b1 here, because we said the king on g6 will lose, because then we're gonna have this Rook e1, e7, sorry, Rook e1, there's not gonna be King f8. So let's keep the king on g7, let's play Rook b1 here, right? So this is probably the best attempt. It looks like a very decent attempt to save the position. Black tries to keep the king on g7, but losing control of the back rank is the problem here. Rook a8, exclamation mark. Now, if you don't do anything, let's say Rook b2, just King e8. King e8, and well, there's still some, Rook h2 is still tricky because otherwise, e7. But Rook h2, Rook a7 check, King f6, e7, and now it may seem as this works, but it doesn't. And otherwise king d8 is coming, or king f8 not, but king d8 is coming. So this may seem as it works because you can pin the pawn, but king d8 and it's game over. All right, so that's if you don't do anything. So we check. King d6, exclamation mark, rook b6 check, king d7, and now, as we know, rook e7 will not work, but what else? If you play rook b2, just e7, and the pawn is promoting. And if rook e7, as we know, well, this doesn't work. And if you move the rook, well, e7, the pawn is promoting. So I think we've seen the important ideas to defend as black in, you know, the perfect squares for the rook and the king, which are rook a8 and king on g7. This is the perfect setup, and it's important to remember that if white, Fred Smith, thanks for the follow. If white doesn't threaten anything, for example, rook d8 threatens the rook, but if white doesn't threaten anything, what you do is king g6, king back to g7. You keep the rook on a8. Rook on a8 is the best square ever. And specifically, if rook d6, you don't go rook a7 check because you lose. So you play king g6, king back to g7. And if rook d8, you have rook a7 check, and you will eventually repeat the position. And very importantly, if rook b7 or rook c7 happen, you just go king g6 and king back to g7. Don't lose the control of the a file. Don't go rook b8, don't go rook c8. So yeah, that's the thing to remember. And we've seen how Carlsen lost this. Let's go over it again. Rook d6, tricky move. Only move that draws here, king g6. Again, if no threat, this is no threat, just king g6, king back to g7. Here rook a7 loses. Hello Joker, what's up? So I brought a few puzzles or problems. Let me add them to the study. They're on the topic of rook and pawn versus rook, but they're interesting. PGN, that's it. Hey Joker, thanks for the follow. So can I import 4? No, I need to import them one by one, unless I combine them very quickly. 1 second. What were the names? Okay, let's make a folder with this. Puzzles. All right, so let's import them all together. All right. Okay, let's not show the database. That would be important. And okay. Unfortunately, the titles were not copied. On the other hand, the titles were not in English, so I guess that's fine. So the question is, yeah, this one, the question is, can black make a draw? How? Well, I'm gonna say if so. No, let's just keep it simple. Can black make a draw? Orientation black. Okay, so here we are, guys. Can black make a draw here? It is white to move. No, it's black to move. I think it's black to move. Yeah, it's black to move. So we're in this position. It's black to move. And honestly, this is one of the theoretical positions we already seen, so should be easy. If white to move, white wins with king e6. Yeah, there's an important rook e8 move in that line. No, it's not needed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, king e6. But yeah, it's black to move, so let's prevent that. Haha. How do we draw this position? White, I mean, we have good news as black. We have hopes to hold this. We have the king in front of the pawn. That's always good news. And our opponent's king and pawn didn't reach the sixth rank yet. So, yeah, a couple of good things for us. The main problem we have is we don't have Philidor. Rook g6 would be the best move if we could play it. Would be the simplest draw. We can't play Rook g6 though. So, what do we do? Anyone? Kudo, are you still there? He probably left. It's black to move here, black to move and draw, or try to draw. If you think it's a draw. I think it's a draw. Gotta go for the third rank defense. We don't have the third rank defense, that's the problem. We don't have it. Third rank defense would be Rook g6 or Rook h6, this kind of move, or Rook b6. We don't have that move. We can't play Rook g6 or Rook h6, and we definitely can't play Rook f6. So we can't play the third rank defense here. We can't. We don't have time for it. If we try, let's show it. If we try, let's say, to do it in two moves, to go grab the third rank in two moves, Rook g4. Now, if King e6, for example, we would have, then yes, third rank defense, fine, draw. But White will not play King e6 here. White will play King d6, maybe. Why will White play that? Hmm. Hmm. No. White will play e6 here, I think. Uh, check, check. What will play? What will White play here? Yeah, King d6. King d6 wins. Sorry, I got confused. Oh no, wait. There's Rook e4. I got confused with good reason. Yeah, King d6 doesn't win here. Matt Frankie, hey, thanks for the follow. Is Rook g4 holding the position? It may be holding the position. Yeah, if e6, you just go back. Exactly. If e6, you just go back. And if king d6, you can still, I think black can still save the position. I think black can still play rook e4, only move. And I think then it's a draw. For example, rook d4 would lose. But I think rook e4 is still a draw. So maybe rook g4 is a draw. I don't see a way to win. Huh. Maybe I'm blind now. Uh, but yeah, I guess then if that's right, then rook b4 and rook h4 would also be draw. So I guess, yeah, I guess we have. Let's spank on the engine. No, 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 no. Let's first figure it out, and then we can check the database. We don't need the engine for this. But yeah, so I guess going into Tempe for the for the Philidor third rank defense seems to work here because uh, the problem we have here is if we could go to the third rank in one go, it would be a draw. If we could play rook g6, rook h6, rook b6, it would be a draw. If we could play Kling and Horwich in one move, like rook e1, it would be a draw, or rook e2, or rook e3. But we don't have any of those moves. We don't have rook e4, so we don't have Kling and Horwich. But by waiting, well, not waiting, by preparing third rank defense, if our opponent tries king d6, well, e6 we can go check behind. But if our opponent goes up with the king, now we do have Kling and Horwich, which is pawn behind the rook behind the pawn. In this case, it's the only defense. In this case, I think there's no other move but rook e4. If you play any other move at all, this e6 will come with check because the rook is not behind the pawn, and here you're lost. Here, I mean, e7. Okay, I won't pre-move e7 because probably rook f8, rook g8 is going to be better. But yeah, it's really bad. So let's check with the database that we're right about this. Um, okay, yeah, indeed, rook b4, rook h4, rook g4 are draws. So are king d8 and king f8, which is another nice way of waiting. That's funny. Yeah, king d8 and king f8, because that way king e6 is not a checkmate threat, and we have Kling and Horwich. So let's hide the database and show those ones. Those are interesting too. The point is, if king e6, we can go behind, and we have Kling and Horwich. And here the same. And if you go in front, then we check, and Kling and Horwich. Although it's never super easy to hold this, but it's holdable. The key is when the king moves, and the king can't move there because we're attacking the pawn. When the king moves, we can avoid the pawn to push, the pawn push, and always keeping the kings not in opposition. That's a draw. Okay, so we got it right. And importantly, we don't go back because then, yes, king e6. No time for Kling and Horwich when we're checkmated. And no time to move the king to one side because now the rook is not behind the pawn. So check, we're pushed, and because the rook is not attacking the pawn, white has the very strong move king e7. The pawn is pushing. And the rook, importantly, is on the a file, so there's not going to be alongside defense against this. Moral of the story, never lose a pawn when you don't have to remember the defensive rook endgames. Okay, so there's that. Let's remove this line. And let's move on to the next puzzle. We have 3 to go. So this second one, we're gonna move as black as well. And I think I'm gonna ask the same question for all the puzzles, because I think they're all like that. So can black make a draw? It's black to move, so let's see it from black's perspective. Okay, black to move. Can black make a draw in this position? What do you think? This is a tricky one, but I wanted to add this examples because we've seen all the techniques last week. And I brought some examples today to show that there's always exceptions. Like you can't just cover it all with a few basic techniques. You still need to calculate, and some positions you have some hidden resources, tactical resources. Um, but yeah, it's possible to cover everything. I think you can't move the rook from the third or you get wrecked. Yeah. So first things first, we don't have a check. I mean, rook takes f6 loses, obviously. So we don't have a check. So if we move the rook out of the third rank, if we stop pinning the pawn, white will play f7 check, rook h8 check, promote, so on. So yeah, that's obviously lost. So we can't do that. Now, if we move the rook on the third rank, it's very easy, more or less easy to see that this is going to be lost as well. And the reason is, okay, the pawn can't push, but this rook is doing nothing on the h file, so it can go threaten a checkmate on the other side. It doesn't matter where we have the rook, really. This rook will always have a2, b2, c2, or some square to do this. Once the rook threatens checkmate, we're pretty much forced to go to the back rank to defend it, because there's no other way. And then we're lost. Then we're lost. White is not in a rush to play f7 because then the king f8, there's going to be rook b6. It's not easy. But no rush, no rush. This is black being forced to defend on the first rank, but as we know, first rank defense only works against a knight's pawn. It will not work against a bishop's pawn. And the reason is rook a7. We need to keep the rook on the first rank. There's no way we can move it out. And if we wait, check, 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 we resign. So let's remove back to the first position. We're really, really, really lucky that this rook is on the h file. If this rook was anywhere else, I mean not anywhere else, but if this rook was on any of these squares, threatening already a checkmate, we would be forced to play rook a1, and the rook would be going to the 7th rank, blah, 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 and we would lose, as we've seen. But we have one tempo, just one tempo, where this rook is not threatening checkmate yet. And as Steph Kitch shared in the chat, another idea comes, rook to the 2nd rank, because that's the only other move, right? We can't move the king, we get checkmated in one. So by elimination, and pinning the pawn allows f7 check. The other move that stops f7 check is rook to the 2nd rank. And Steph Kitch already saw the trick, the swindle trick. And in fact, this position is a draw because we have the trick rook g7. So after the move, after any move really, but let's say rook there, we can play this beautiful move when, well, if pawn takes, it's a stalemate. And if the king goes back, well, we already have the checks from behind because the pawn is on the 6th rank, so there's no shelter for the king. Anime Goth asking, what if the king was on f8 and the rook on e2? So in this position, what if, let's answer your question, editor. What if the rook was on e2 and the king on f8 with black to play? Well, well, well. I guess we're going to lose unless... No, this is a draw. We just check from behind, right? Rook a1. Because the point is now pushing the pawn is not a check. Just check from behind is a simple draw. Yeah. There's no problem with unpinning the pawn here, right? Um, I mean, uh, if I was white, I would still play around for a bit, um, because it's a pawn on the sixth rank, you know. You can still move around a bit. Like with this rook, you may cover from checks, so it's not gonna be always checks from behind. So maybe king f5. I don't know. I would still play around here for a while, and it will require some accuracy from black's perspective. But I think it's gonna be a draw. Try with rook e5. Yeah, rook e5 is interesting. King f5 is interesting. Rook d2 is interesting too. At some point, you're going to hide from the checks, and you may want also to hide from the lateral checks. But yeah, rook e5, let's say, I would check from behind. Honestly, I don't see a problem there. And if you try this, I always want to play king f7. And okay, you may still try this, but if your rook is on the seventh rank, your rook is not helping block any checks. So yeah, it's a tempi down Philidor. This is no longer Philidor because the pawn is already on the sixth rank from the beginning. So once you go back, you can check from behind. So white will try to use the rook to block checks, but that will not matter because if you block the check with a rook, I trade rooks and it's a draw because the king is on the sixth rank. So imagine something like we were seeing this and I tried this. If you block with the rook, I trade and this is a draw. So uh, so you can never block with the rook. So okay, you may try to hide there, but again, once the king goes out, I go king f7. I mostly call this part of Philidor as well, easier to remember. Yeah, I see people calling this Philidor. I like to say checks from behind because to me Philidor is the third rank defense. Uh, but yeah, naming, complicated. Um, okay, so I think here just rook a1, and okay, maybe the engine or the database suggests rook a3 or something like that. Let's check. Yeah, exactly. Rook a1, rook a3, and rook a4 are the drawing moves here. But yeah, any human will play rook a1. All right. Thanks for the question. Good question. Good question. Now, we've seen this one. I'm going to delete the moves to leave the puzzle as a puzzle in the study. And let's see this one, which hopefully is also for black to move. I think they're all black to move. Yeah, this one. It's black to move. Uh, the same question. Can black make a draw? AKA, should black resign? What do you think, Kudo? You think black should resign here? It's not looking great. I mean, black's king is not stopping that pawn. White's rook is controlling the a file. We can't take the pawn. Rook b8, and if king c7, the rook e8. King d7, rook b7. Rook b7. The rook is on e8, though. Hmm. Well, that's definitely the critical line, or one of the critical lines. Maybe possibly the only critical line, because white is about to promote. So either you check here or white gets a queen, right? So we have to do this check. And now the line you're giving is king c7, which seems logical, although I think king d7 is probably playable. But yeah, king c7 would be critical. Yeah, the rook can't go from e8 to b7. I think white wins. I do think white wins too. Yeah. So king c7, king d7 check. We can still repeat the initial position, and I guess we still win as white. But there's no reason to repeat, except always repeat. But okay, king c7, rook e8, and yeah, if king d7, there's no rook b7 check. So also, if king d7, rook takes e7 is check. So I guess king d7 is not a good move here. Two files, yeah. Yeah, king d7, rook takes e7, draw. That's not a problem. The problem is white does not play king d7 here. Right? Anyone? Should white accept a draw here? King d6, yeah, king d6. King d6, not allowing rook takes e7 with a check. Because if you take without a check, then you lose the rook. So you can't take. And if you can't take, then it's a problem because the pawn is already on the 7th rank. The check is coming anyway. Yeah, if you can't take, what do you do as black? Yeah, you're gonna lose. And yeah, there's not much else. Rook g8 will lead to the same kind of situation. Against rook g8, I guess king d7 works. Yeah, king d7 works, right? Yeah. So yeah, white is winning. Can I share one rook and pawn endgame? Sure, yeah. Let's show just the last puzzle, and then we can see yours. Yeah, sure. Okay, so again, I'm gonna flip it because I think it's black to move. Is it black to move? Yes, it's black to move, and the same question as usual. And this is the last puzzle I brought today. Can black make a draw? Or as Kudo would say it, should black resign? Again, our king is really in bad shape. But hey, a rook is on the long side. Yay. But it's not like our king is on the short side. Our king is just not there. It's not on any side. White's king is in front of the pawn, helping to push the pawn. The rook on e8 helping defend it. So yeah, this seems rather hopeless, but desperate times calls for desperate measures. Is there anything at all that black can do here to save this position? White looks like he has ideal setup. Yeah, um, white has everything, absolutely everything in this position. Full control of the promotion square with both king and rook, full defense of the pawn, full support of the pawn and the pawn push. It's ideal, right? Um, and black's king is horrible. I mean, not horrible, but it's not in the ideal position. So since this is somehow a puzzle, I would bet it is a draw. Don't ask me how. Right. So the reason I bring this one, it's just like to complete the whole topic on rook and pawn versus rook, because again, it's good to know the techniques, and 99% of the times, knowing the techniques, you will get what you want. Like if you're winning, you're going to be able to convert. If you're drawing, you're going to be able to hold. But there's always exceptions, and it's nice to see exceptions like this one. Indeed, black can draw here, but Yeah, it comes to show that even in desperate situations, always look for tricks. These second games are always tricky. So, Steph Kitch suggests Rook A6. Was this from a game? I don't know. Uh, I think I created this study probably a couple years ago. um, but there's a slight chance it's from this book. 1 second. If it is from a game and it is in this book, I'll find it. Hmm. Maybe it's not from this book. Yeah, the study is public. Give me a second and I'll share the link. Um, mm, yeah, I guess it's not from this book. Oh, some interesting positions here too. Maybe I could add more material to the study. Huh. Oh, right. Oh, definitely can add more material to the study because we didn't talk about rook pawns, and there's some tricks there. I should add that. Um, for a second, I thought I was gonna get a stroke thinking it's Silman's rook endgame. No, this is Carsten Muller's fundamental chess endings. Hey, Tommy fucking Shelby, what's up? Step one, start with extra pawn, yada yada. Uh, it's black to move and draw. Yes, I got it. It's here. Okay, but it doesn't reference a game. E616. Let me see the solutions. Where are the solutions? Maybe it says there. Uh, page 378. You're gonna love this one, Kudo. It is. It is from a game. You're not gonna believe. You're not gonna believe the players. The game was played in 1851. You're not gonna believe the name of the players. So with the white pieces, no, it was 1851. 1851. With the white pieces, we have J. Kling, and with the black pieces, B. Horvich. This was the game Kling versus Horvich, 1851. Oh boy. Okay. So now let me look. Chess games. Uh, Kling versus Horvitz. Joseph Kling versus Howard. No, Horvitz is B. Horvitz. Maybe the game is not in the database. Bernard Horvitz. The games of Joseph Kling. Okay, it's a game from 1851. No, the game is not here. If the game is not on chessgames.com. But yeah, according to Karsten Muller, this is from the game Kling and Horwich. Like, it's funny because it says and. Ah, wait a second. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm wrong. I'm wrong, Kuro. Because it's not Kling versus Horwich. It says Kling and Horwich. So I guess this is a composition or a study they both did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it was not the technique because this is not this endgame. Yeah, they set this up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a composition then. It's not a game. It's not a game. But it's tricky because I don't know if you can see, but most games they have like Fisher versus someone or they have like a slash, like a dash, sorry. And that one has an and instead of the dash. So Kling and Horvich, not Kling versus Horvich. Okay. All right. Okay. So the study, someone asked for the link to the study. Techniques, I think searching for techniques, we can find it. There you have it. That's the study. And I'm going to link it from the YouTube video as well. So no, it wasn't from a game. And yeah, Steph Kitch already suggested Rook A6. And yeah, Rook A6 seems like a very, very nice move to try. I had this Carsten Muller Rook endgame thing in video format, and I still wasn't able to go through it without falling asleep every 10 minutes. Yeah, common problem with studying endgames. Um, but it's good to study endgames. So I think yeah, it's good to do this. So Rook A6 hits the pawn. That means that white is in sort of a zugzwang. That is, if the king moves, the pawn is lost. If the rook moves anywhere that's not e7, the pawn is lost. However, why would you play rook e7? Like if you play rook e7 and I play rook b6, what's your follow-up? You have to play rook e8 next. So it's not a way to make progress, rook e7. So the only way to make progress for white here would be to push the pawn. Can we agree on this? Rook e7 is not a way to make progress. I just wait. You have to go rook e8 to not lose the pawn. So there's no trick connected to this check because we can block with the rook. Okay, so delete from here, rook a6. So push the pawn, chase the king away, play king e6, life is good. Well, we'll see. So we can chase the king away, or I mean, the main idea now is that there's a wall here. So we're gonna check, check, check perpetually unless the king goes to h7. So yeah, king here we check, king back to f, king f6, king here we check. So the only question is what happens with king h7. Make main line and delete from here. And what do we do here? Because king e6, life is not good. we can't play king e6 here. So just king f6, right? King g5. Doesn't king g5 lose to rook g8? Yeah. Yeah. King g5 loses to rook g8. But king f6. King f6. Look at that move. Who would have thought? Now rook f8 check, king takes c7 hits the rook. And otherwise, we're threatening rook g7, rook takes pawn. And that's it, right? This is my favorite. Oh, okay, you're sharing that one with us. Okay, cool. Unlucky. Life is good now. Yeah, and if king h8, well, if the rook moves, check and take the pawn. If the rook moves with a check, then king takes e7. And if the king moves, I guess every move works here. I suppose check, 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 check would work. And if king f8, rook back to h6, threatening mate. But I think I would play king f7 because, you know, if I can threaten checkmating one, and my opponent may hang it. So I guess rook f8, king takes e7, draw would be my guess. And if you don't play rook f8 here, you you don't lose with king h7, do you? King h7 doesn't lose, maybe. But yeah, at this point, it's no longer an option for white to win. Okay, so there's that. I hope you enjoyed these puzzles. Let's have a look at the one shared by Anime Goth. Copy. If I were a top GM and drew this in an online tournament, I'd write endgame gap. Okay, so let's go to an analysis, sorry, to a board editor and have a look at this one. Analysis board. And Anime Goth shared this position with us. It's white to move. It's white to move. So my guess is we're winning. And it is true that black is in the short side. Hey, Jay Carmody, welcome. Shout out to himself for swindling a horribly lost rook and 6 pawns versus rook and 5 pawns endgame. Nice. We can have a look at that. Okay, so if it was me, this position, the first move I would do is rook g8. So the main idea is our opponent in this position, if it was black to move, black could do Kling and Horwich, right? Rook d1. So I'm going to avoid that. I'm going to use the fact that the rook is not attacking the pawn yet. So I'm going to go check. King b7 only move. That makes sense. And now advance. The problem is my opponent will have long side defense. So going back to the initial position, we can maybe improve the line. The way we're going to improve the line, I think, is rook c7 check. Or rook a7. Rook c7 check first, right? Yeah, rook c7 check. And now this is a common theme. I think we've seen this. But I'm not sure we've seen this. I think we've seen this last week. But anyway, now black needs to make a really bad decision between, black doesn't want to play king d8, but black doesn't want to play king b8. So let's have a look at one and then the other. If king d8, then I guess we can simply go rook h7. And now if, we're threatening checkmate, black can't really afford the rook trade. So black can just wait and afford this trade because then we win. So black needs to go black needs to move the king. It will go to the short side. And now we can do this because now our rook is covering the long side. So now we can do this. We're going to have Lucina because there's no long side defense. So the question is what happens if king b8, right? What if black tries rook e8? You mean, I guess you meant in this position, rook e8. I would go rook a7, I guess. And we win the rook. Okay. Okay. So rook c7 check, king b8. Let's make king b8 now the main line. So black tries king b8 here. How do we win? Well, the first idea that comes to my mind, is rook c5. Well, first of all, this king is cut away, so we can try to make progress with the pawn. The main problem is, well, the usual problem is our opponent going to be able to defend on the long side or not? Because if yes, then maybe we should go rook h7 instead of rook c5, right? So rook c5 or rook h7. I guess rook c5, rook h1. I guess we have to go rook h7. Yeah, principled move. And now we're ready to make progress if our opponent allows it. So I would imagine here black could try rook d1. The problem is to have Kling and Horwich, black will need king c8 and rook d1 in one move. But black doesn't have that in one move, so you have to choose one or the other. If you play king c8, we have rook check and king push. With the rook on the h file, we already saw it's going to be a Lucina kind of position. And if you try rook d1, rook d1, now we need to be careful. We need to be careful. Do we need to be careful? Yeah, I was thinking king c6. I was thinking also rook h8. Rook h8 and rook d8. I was thinking of this idea, rook h8, rook d8. Does king c6 work? King c6. If rook h8, rook d8, he will go to the h file, unlock checks. Will he? Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. So king c6. Now, what can black try here? I guess we have to check. But if we check this king d... Ah, no, there's no king d7. Okay. Okay, so we check here. How does white make progress here? Hmm. We made a mistake. Okay. We made a mistake. Okay. So rook c7 must be correct. And after king b8, this is a key moment where our pawn's still not attacked. And here we did rook h7. I'm suspicious of that move. Unless king e6 was better than king c6. Let's go back to this position after rook h7, rook d1. Here we tried, hello guys, hey sponge like cannon, hey okay. Oh, I proposed rook c5 and they ruined my idea. They told me no, that's not gonna work. So we went for rook h7. I think rook h7 seems, but king e6, there's king c8. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, there's rook h5 here, or check and rook h5. How about this? Check, king b7, rook h5. I guess king c8, right? Yeah, never mind. Hmm. No, I wanted rook c5, but they told me the long side defense will work. Both Kuro and Anime agreed on that, and I believe them. So rook h7 seems promising, but after rook d1, um, they also ruined my rook h8, rook d8 idea. So I guess I'll try to find something else. King e6, king c8. King e6, then king d7. No, but there's no king e6, king d7, because king e6, there's king c8. Okay. The problem with rook h7 is that the rook is too far away and it gets skewered. But we wanted the h file. Oh, you win the tempo with rook e7. But then it's not about the skewer. So it's either rook f7, but then we give away the h file, or rook e7 winning the tempo. It has to be one of those two. Well, this is not winning a tempo because the rook wants to go rook d1 anyway. Yeah. If he goes king b8, it's not about the h file, it's about cutting his king off to the side first. But it's already cut off to that side. Like if I go rook c5 here, I can claim that it's already cut. So it is about the h file because of the long side defense. Okay, so let's for argument's sake, let's say this and check. No, what was the line? We were trying to do king c6, yeah, and after check we can go king d7, right? This is still playable, and now there's no rook c7. I mean, there's rook c7, but after the trade, we still win. So if I was black, I would probably play rook h1 here. I mean, I guess I can do this check as well. My point is I want to go there. But yeah, probably from behind makes more sense. So let's say I wait like this. How do you make progress? Or let's say I wait with rook h1. I don't know. This is a tricky part because you already told me this is lost. But I don't understand it. So let's say rook h1. And you do what? Push the pawn? And I wait. But I don't know what's a good waiting move. Because I want to make a point about the H file, so I don't want to give away the H file. That's my problem. So let's say rook h8. I mean, you can try this, but then this is a draw, right? This position is a draw. So rook e7, bad move. So king e7. Right. So king e7, and if king b7, we play king e6, check, king here, and king e7, exclamation mark. But this is known. This is, we already seen this. We showed this, literally. Why am I going king c6? Well, king c8 is legal, so king c8 is not legal. This is a theoretical position that we've seen before today. I mean, it was opposite colors. I mean, it was opposite side. It was another file. I mean, it was on the other side, on the G file. King c8 is not legal. Oh yeah, king c8 is legal. Sorry, sorry. I thought I'm confused. So so what's wrong with king c8? So the moves we've seen were those and that, I think. So king c8, rook a7. So many branches. I'm looking at the position and I'm thinking about the other lines. We have so many lines to explore here. Oh my god. um, okay, so king c8 on the board. What do we do? Rook a7, rook c7, king e7. Uh, I don't know. Any move. King e7. If king e7, king b7 should be a draw, right? So wait a second. Let's go back to this position. Where did we come from? This is a draw. This position is a draw. How did we get here? I played king e7 here. Okay. Um, what if rook f1? No. Or yes. Yeah, rook f1 maybe. I don't know how's the voice of Mr. T Sponge. I'm sorry. I've never heard Mr. T's voice in my life. Sorry. I come from a country where TV shows and movies are dubbed, so never heard the original voice of Mr. T. Hmm. Okay, so rook f1, and if rook h7, king c6, and then if rook h6, there's rook g1 winning. Pirate Fungus, hey, thanks for the follow. I mean, I know Mr. T, or I know the A team, and I know he got dragged to take flights. I mean, they would drag him to take flights. I don't know if that's the reference you're making, but I never heard his voice, so I can't. Um, okay, so rook f1, rook h7, check king c6, rook. Seems pretty good. Is rook f1 winning here? Looks good to me because if king g7, sorry, if king b7, there's rook b1 check. The problem with rook f7 is that it does not win a tempo. I mean, we moved the rook anyway, right? When rook f7 was played. We played rook d1 anyway, so. It is true that this same position with the rook on e7, we would have rook e8 immediately. So, yeah, the rook on e7 is not as simple. But isn't rook f1 just winning? It looks good to me. We're doing rook b1 check next. If the king is pushed to the a file, it's going to be a super easy win. So, and my point is, if this check, I go here, and this is the situation where, you know, first rank defense will not help you. But there's no long checks now. I have the king on c6. There's no long checks now. I'm literally threatening to push your king away so I can advance king and pawn. I'm threatening to push the king to the a file. I don't see how this doesn't win. If the king was on c8, then rook c7, bam! But the king is on b8, so I don't see how this doesn't win. Yeah, I mean, the only way to prevent that would be rook h8, but you don't want to play rook h8. Like, if you go behind, I check you, king on the a file, Lucina, etc. And if rook here, well, good luck with that. I would imagine this check works. If king here, d7 wins on the spot. And if king here, well, we're going to have Lucina anyway, because, well, I don't even need Lucina. You know, your king is cut, I'm winning. Yeah. So just for the sake of showing what you had in store, rook e7 is the solution um, you have or you brought. Let's see how this plays out. So rook d1 would have been my guess. And now if rook here, rook check, king here, we're in a very similar situation, maybe. Rook h1. And the problem is if you push the pawn now, I can't play rook here because of this check, which loses on the spot. And if I can't play rook a1, which is the best square to defend, then I have to try rook a3 maybe. I mean h6. Sorry about the coordinates mess up I'm doing. Um, yeah, and here I would imagine check and rook here. Is this winning? No, it's not. This is a draw. This is a draw. Okay, I found a draw again. He can play king b7 first to play rook h8. Okay, so I was trying rook h6 and I was able to draw against myself. But you're suggesting king b7 too. Okay, king b7. The problem now, maybe it's a problem, maybe not. Is it a problem though? Can I go king check and push? Okay, so that's a draw. So that's a draw. And this, is this a draw or is it winning? It looks winning to me. This looks winning, right? No, it's not winning. What am I saying? Ah, that's winning. So it is winning. See if you have to go like here, then we're gonna promote. Okay, so it is winning. No, it's not winning. It seems winning to me. Okay, let me see. Check. If you don't go king c6 here, yeah, I think this is forced. And then if you don't go with that check, what else would you do? King d6? Huh. Oh my god, this is a draw. Well, if I'm lucky, it's a draw. So king c8, rook check, right? King c8, rook c1 check. Huh. And then we can repeat. Like, I mean, maybe rook a1, but we can just repeat rook h1, keep it simple. Okay, so how did we mess this one up? We push the pawn. Hello, Mr. Fred. If king c8, I don't think we had king c8. We were seeing king b7, check, and we were seeing king d6. If king c8 here, rook h8 check, that loses on the spot. rook also this. Yeah, rook h8 loses on the spot. No, rook h8 wrong. Yeah, and king takes loses because it's queen versus rook. But rook c1 checks, and the rook is on pre. You have to go back defending it, and you have to. Well, you don't have to, but you can repeat with rook h1, and possibly rook a1, rook a1, king e8. No, you don't want to go there. So rook h1. Okay, so yeah, just repeat. So let's go back. Instead of now, I'm doubting if pushing the pawn was correct. But I think it should be correct. So we're exploring king b7, king b7, and here we tried king d8 check. It didn't work. King e8 check doesn't work. On the other hand, um, this is so close to being a draw. If it's black to move, rook a1. If we play rook d1, there's rook check, and it's a draw. We know that. So pushing the pawn was the mistake. Okay. So pushing the pawn was a mistake. How do we win this? We have king d1 here. King e1, interesting. Because if rook a1 check, we have rook d1, and if rook a3, we have rook d3. That's a very beautiful idea, and of course we're gonna clean the line and think of other things. But this is, I mean, it's a beautiful idea. It's probably useless, but I said all the coordinates wrong. Sorry about that. So yeah, one idea is king d8 here, but I guess there's rook d1, rook d7. I don't know. Pushing the pawn is wrong. We come from this position. Let's put it on the board. This was the previous position, and I'm saying that as a refresher to myself because I was thinking of king c6 as a candidate move here. So let's not do that. What if we check first and push then? What's the difference? Then rook h7 check is a draw. So, pushing the pawn is the mistake, but we have to push the pawn eventually. We want to push the pawn. So how do we prepare it? The problem right now with pushing the pawn, yeah, I thought it would be a draw because, yeah, suspicious. Can I maybe pass the rook to the c file? Mm. I want to prevent king b7, but I don't know what, how. So king e6 is one idea that comes to mind. But I guess king c8. Oh well, king c8, there's rook e8 and d6. So careful with that. So king e6 is interesting here. Let's put it on the board. King e6. Let's have a look at this. Um, already playing again with the idea that the rook trade is not an option for black. Are we making progress though? Let's say rook d1. Rook d1, rook h7 maybe. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Remember I said if he goes to the b file, the idea is no longer h file, but to cut off his king 2 files or more. Um, yeah, but king c6 was repeating the position, so I couldn't do that. And I couldn't check from the b file either. Yeah, no, I see that, but but I can't magically bring the rook to the b file here. If I move the rook, I'm gonna be under checks. I have no shelter. Unless king c6. Right. So let's put rook e2 on the board. Let's make main line maybe. So, okay, the point is we are trying to do this, which would be an easy win. And now the point is after the checks, we're going to go king c6, and then there's no more checks because check we can push. And we've had a similar position in the lines with rook f7 instead of rook e7. So I guess this is the idea. Mm-hmm. He checks you anyways. Okay, so let's say black checks us right here. Um, so we go king c6. King c6. Now, I guess black can just wait. Rook c7. I was thinking waiting and the idea of rook b2 check meeting with king c8. But okay, rook c7 check makes sense. And now, let's see. What do we do? Basically, there are three options. I guess king d6 is the only logical move. Right? And rook back to h7 maybe? No, rook back to h7, we have rook e8, rook e7. So he can play rook c1. I think I would still win that against a human. rook c1. But I see your point. I see your point. So do I really want to hide on d4? No, that's gonna be the same. So wait a second. Okay, king d6 is correct. Okay. Oh my god, you're driving me crazy. Okay, so rook c1, and now rook c7 is sort of a threat. Like we can't make progress with king d7, but but or well, actually maybe we can, and then go to e6 after the check. So king d7 is a candidate move. The other candidate move is rook check followed by king d7, because this rook really wants to be on the h-file, but it's not. So we could do check and rook a1, for example, rook h8. Or yeah, that looks good. What's black going to do? Rook e8 check, king b7, rook h8. And Irma Davladia, thanks for the follow. Welcome. What's wrong with rook e8, rook h8? Rook d1? Oh, right. Oh, shiitake mushrooms. Ah, there's Klingon Horwich there. So I mean, I'm already thinking of absurd ideas like rook b2 check, king c8, rook b5. I'm thinking of that silly idea. Irma suggesting rook b2. Yeah, I don't know. My point is that if rook goes to h, I want to go king c6, but then rook check, rook blocks, rook takes, and it's a draw. Yeah, that's a stupid idea. And the other idea is rook h2 and pretend that I improved my my position, but it looks as if king c8 or rook d1 should be good there, and I think we've been there already. So what do we do? After rook h2, compare your position with the initial position. I don't remember the initial position. So let's compare this with this. No, that's, yeah, that's the initial position. This is the initial position. Check and rook e7. So if we compare this to, with rook h7 to the position with the rook on h2 and the rook on c1, you say we want a tempo. I don't even understand what we're looking at. I don't even understand. So, okay, I trust you. You say we want a tempo, but uh, I think I'm starting to get very confused. Rook h2 is a typical idea, as now the black rook is closer. Yeah, but we tried rook h2 so many times already, and rook h7, and it was a draw. It's a very tricky puzzle. It's not obvious. But it's your turn. No, it's not. It's black to move here. What do you mean it's my turn? It's black to move here. And I would play king c8, by the way, if I was black. Maybe. I'm not sure about king c8. Yeah, it's not obvious to me. The position we had after rook h7. Uh, King b8, rook h7. This position. The main difference is the rook is on c1 instead of e1. Whatever that affects. And of course the rook is on h7 instead of h2. In both cases, it's black to move. How is that winning a tempo? I don't understand where that tempo is. I mean, I can see the rook is better on e1 than on c1. But I could say the same about the rook on h7 instead of h2. So, yeah, compare the positions. One is a draw and the other is a win. But I'm trying to understand why one is a draw and the other is a win. Because both look winning to me, but we've already seen that this one is not winning, even though it looked winning to me. You know what I mean? It's not obvious at all. I'm trying to understand why. So here we played rook d1, Kling and Horwich attempt. And we managed to hold, although there were many tricks. And now in this position we achieved, if we try the same rook d1, let's say, I suppose white will win now. But not obviously, because if rook b2, there's king c8. If rook h8, king b7, doesn't seem like we have enough to win. So where's the win here? There must be something with having the rook on h2 instead of h7, because in the other position the rook was on h7 and we played rook from e1 to d1, so it would be exactly this except with the rook on h7, and it was a draw. And now with the rook on h2 it's winning. Okay, the point is there we hang this trick with rook c7. And here there's no such trick, so we can try king c6 again. But this time there's no rook check and rook check. Our rook is not hanging there. So now after the check we can play king d7. I see that. I see that. And now there's no king e7, unfortunately. And yeah, other than the check, what else makes sense? King c8 hangs mate in 1. So I guess the check has to be played. King d7. And there's gonna be Lucina here. Okay, let's try. I'll try rook c7. And after king e6, I'll probably resign. Yeah, rook c7, not the best attempt. Mm. Let's say um, yeah, if king b7, there's even rook b2. So, but rook b2 is a threat right now. That's another problem on top of on top of all the problems. We have the problem of rook b2 check here, right? So I guess rook c7 is not that stupid. Uh, yeah, but this is gonna be painful. And I guess just push the pawn. There's king f6 too. King f6 maybe cuter, but push the pawn should work, right? I don't see any tricks now. All right. Um, but instead of rook, you stop king c6 by king b7. Here? After rook h2? Instead of rook d1, king b7? Right. Um, but what's the deal? What if we go king d7 here? Ah, there's the check. But it's not important. Or is it important? Yeah, we repeat. Okay. So what about rook h8? Nah. I mean, king e6 is not so stupid. King e6. Or maybe it is stupid. Check there. There's no check, right? But rook behind the pawn. Push and king e7. Okay, so king e6 is not so stupid. King e6. Candidate move, king e6. What else? Rook h8. Uh, King d7, rook c7 check. King e6. That's another way. Then rook goes back. Then I push. So, okay, so king d7 is another candidate move here. And therefore king e7 is as well. Is any move not winning here? Now I see now every move looks winning to me. Like king e7 even looks winning, but Only two moves win and one is more precise. Well, I like these two. I like king d7 and king e6. And the one I would play in a game would probably be either one, really. King d7 is wrong. He plays rook c7, but then I go king e6. How is that a draw? Let's have a look. Because how does black save this? Rook g7, really? I can't believe this is a draw. This, I think we're not gonna get Philidor any of these lines, prophylaxis. How is this a draw? It's so stupid and unfair. Like, what do you play after rook b8? Ah, king c8. Ah. Okay, so let's say king e6, which was anyway more natural than king d7. So now if rook e1, king d7 is the idea. Hello, Matt. Hey, thanks for the bits. Rook g1. You're never gonna defend that, right? I mean, that you don't have the long side. That's not a long side. Can't I just push the pawn? Or king e7. I think I would push the pawn. Is a draw. Is it a draw or not? So this kind of line has the potential to be a draw, but this may just be a win. So what am I missing? There's no king c8. I don't think there's king c6. Rook g7, but isn't king f6 winning on the spot? Oh, my God. Mm. So king e6 is winning. key idea. Well, I was thinking some rook h6, but okay, let's think from this position. It's probably more concrete um, than without king e6. Um, king e6 is less precise. Well, but if the idea is the same, it's probably more concrete. Okay. Um, so let's see. Ideas. Rook h8, as suggested already, because I said it already earlier. So rook h8 would be one of my very first candidate moves. The idea rook b2, we already didn't like it. Rook b2 to b5. Rook b2 check, king c8, rook b5, nothing. Rook b2 check and rook a2. That's another thing I considered and didn't quite work in my mind. But rook h8 looked good. Rook h8. Did we look at that line? No, we didn't. So rook h8. But what's the point? Let's say rook g1. What's the point of rook g? I need to find a point for the move I make. Otherwise, rook g1, rook check. Well, I guess rook h7 check because the king is too well placed on b7. So I guess it's a good moment to go rook h7 check, right? Which I guess we could do also if king is 6, rook g1. We could also do the check. So yeah, the king is very well placed on b7. That's a problem. So we could go king e6. No, thanks. So king e6, rook g1, rook h7 check. That's one option. And rook h7 check directly. Apparently more accurate. And now what will black do? I guess it's between king b6 and maybe king c8. Yeah, those would be, I think, the two options, or the two logical options at least. Unless, oh yeah, no, king c8, maybe we can check now, and king d7. And against rook g1, we may have rook h7. Do we? Or is rook h7 or, yeah, it's rook h7, right? There is no need to fear rook g1. You just push. But I wasn't sure about this push. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this works, right? There's no need to go to the back rank. Hmm. So let's say, well, if king c6, rook c8, king b7, rook there. Well, wait a second. King c6. King c6. I know rook controls promotion, but king, king c6, rook c8, king b7. Then rook e8. Maybe, right? If king c6, check, and if king b7, rook e8. But king c6 again. How do we win there? Oh wait, there's no time. The rook is on g, not on h. So I could do this. Can I win like this? I thought there was a long side defense here, but there's not. I can just play rook c1 and I'm pushing, right? That's it. I think that's it. If the rook was on h7, this wouldn't work. But with the rook on g7, it does. Because now the checks, I can do this and then go back if rook d7. Okay. And if he spends the tempo, then I will promote. Okay. Okay. All right. So no need to fear rook g1. Um, and therefore, king b6 will be our main line here. And let's see, options. Well, king d7 is not an option. Rook h2 will repeat, right? Where did we come from? From h2. Okay, so rook h2 would be a repetition. Rook h8, king b7 will not be a repetition, but did we win a tempo? Maybe we did. So rook h8, king b7, rook h8, king b7. And we control the back rank already, so it's kind of tricky for black already. Like those attempts with rook g1 will not work, right? So can we just play rook h8 here? We're threatening rook b8, pushing the king to the a file, so it looks as king b7 is key. I don't know what else can black try, but it looks like king b7 has to be played. But then we won this tempo because we had this exact position with the rook on h2. Now we have it with the rook already controlling the back rank. So I think now we can try to make progress with the king and pawn. The question is how to do it, king e6 or king d7. I don't see a major difference, but obviously king d7 is more silly. But every time I see a winning idea, I end up in the same kind of Kling and Horwich position. So king e6 seems like the move to play, but and rook g1 will not work. But will king c7 work? No, it doesn't. Will rook d1 work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, so king e6. What can black do? Check, but then king d7. Okay, so check is a move. Now, if rook d1, well, rook d1 is a move too, because pushing is not so obvious, maybe. Or maybe it is, because we still have d7 for the king. But the king is on b7. It's not so simple. So rook d1 is a move. Rook check is a move. This would be my two major candidate moves, because rook g1... rook g1 we push. And I think we already saw that line, that position in another line. Rook g1 push. And if king c6 push and cut. Okay, so yeah, this would be my major concerns here. Rook d1, rook e1. Rook e1 check, king d7 seems unnatural for, but I mean rook d1, d6, rook check, king d7. It looks like it goes to the same position. Now, how winning is that? I don't know. Rook e1 is stronger. Okay, let's see rook e1. So it feels as as if king d7 would be the move. But then rook g1, or not. Check, check. Yeah, rook g1, rook g1 doesn't hold. Then rook h7. Right, yeah. We saw that idea in a different line. Hmm. Rook g8 saves there. Oh, no. Does it? Well, the line I was calculating was, let me put it on the board. King d7, rook g1, push. This is the line I was calculating. It may be wrong. Uh, main point is king c6 doesn't work. So yeah, this kind of thing will definitely work for white. So I think rook g1 doesn't quite work just because of push. But rook h7, rook g8, I'm not sure. I think it shouldn't work, right? This is a draw. Hello, cheese 500. Is this a draw? How do you draw this? King b6. Yeah, this is a win, right? No, it's fine. It's fine. So rook h7 may work. Um, and d6 was my attempt. Do they both work? Or did we miss something? Um, yeah, so about this would be a draw with the rook on h8, the black rook. There's no need to fear rook g7. Well, I prefer to cut the counterplay, but passive first rank defense, no, that will never work, prophylaxis. That can only work against a knight's pawn. So against a central pawn, passive first rank defense can't work. Okay, so d6. And if the check, I go out. This seems good enough. Maybe even king e5 here, but there's no need. Push and bring the king back. Like this. And now in king c6 we have the check. But I didn't want to give that. That's why I played king e7. Here, if king c6, I guess we can still maybe rook h1, but no, we can't. Aha. So there's rook a8 here. It's funny. But yeah, I kind of liked the king on e7 better than on e5 because now this is tricky. It may still win, but yeah, I don't like this. I mean, maybe we can still try this, but I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, I like king e7 better, but I don't know. Because now king c6 I check and that's over. And what else can black try? Um, the check, I guess. Then there's king f6 and rook g1 maybe. Rook g7, king c6, king e6. Yeah, if rook here, this is over. Um, this is white wins. So let's say rook g1 maybe. Ah, but then you can just push. Yeah. Hmm. So it's over. It's over. But um, yeah, I wonder if I think it was prophylaxis about the first rank defense. I wonder if you were referring to this kind of position, but yeah, it's not gonna work. Yeah, this is a very difficult position for black to hold. Um, with the rook on h8 you could, but with the rook on g8 it's not gonna hold. So uh, I've said this is winning for white, and anime checked it, but we can still figure out why it's winning. So let's say king b6, and I think a key idea will be to go behind with the rook because we're not scared of the checks. Um, welcome, Sensei Pasi. Um, is there a better way to try and win this? Like king e7, king c6, not clear at all. But let's say I go here. I'm threatening to do this check, which is killing because either the king goes to the a file or king here, king c7, white wins. So if you do the checks, my point is to get to something like this. What was the point of rook h7? Well, to you know to make this king even worse, to worsen that king. That king was on b7. Now it's on b6. Um, but yeah, like if it was a game, I would very likely play rook h7. If it's a puzzle, we go back and forth in the lines, we explore, we try to learn. But if it's a game, I play, I stop the counterplay, and I say, okay, I think I'm winning this position. There's no way if this is winning, there's no way it's not winning after rook h7, in my opinion. But yeah, I see the point. I mean, we were controlling the 8th rank, and now we're not. So of course, there's a concession there. But yeah, this position, I don't know. What can black try at this point? We're pushing the pawn next. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I would probably resign here. Uh, well, we can try this. I mean, it's losing, but if it's a game and I don't want to resign, just review the whole solution from the start quickly once finished. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, can we just push here? Um, maybe check. Okay, so let's push and yeah, lateral check is not gonna work. Yeah, so we're gonna have some Lucina kind of situation here. And once this king is out, it doesn't matter whether the opponent has the long side or not, because this king is out already. So yeah, game over. Okay, so let's review. I think I made the main line the main line. So let's review the complete solution of the puzzle. Thank you very much for sharing, Anime. Um, this is completely on point with the topic, and it's being very interesting. Um, or you could try to beat the stockfish from the start position. Nah, maybe another day. I'm too tired today. Thank you. Okay, so first things first, we disrupt that king's position on c8. Um, yeah, we don't have. If our rook was on the h file, that would be different. But with the rook on the g file, it gets kind of tricky. So we play rook c7 check, and if king d8, then we want rook h7. If king d8, then rook h7. Super fine. And if king b8, that's the trickiest, king to the short side, then rook e7. We also consider rook f7, which also works, but not so direct. Hello, tiny turtle. Turtle. Rook d1, king c6. Now check, king d7, and now yeah, rook c7 check. We didn't see that, but I guess king e6. So rook h1. Do you have any thoughts on Wonix software? I don't know what's that. Rook h1, rook e2, rook h7 check, and now king c6. We're ready to meet rook h6 check with the pawn push. So rook c7 check. Now we have to go king d6 because otherwise checks on the a and b files, and it makes no sense to hide on d4. So king d6, and here rook c1 cutting. Now black was sort of forced to play rook c7 because otherwise we're about to play, well, at this point we were threatening rook b2 check, and we did not consider rook b1, but I mean rook b1, we keep making progress, I guess, d6. But yeah, this check sort of disrupts that idea of trying to push the king to the a file and keeps the king cut. So rook to the h file. This was one hard move to find. King b7. Yeah, if rook d1, we can play king c6 and make progress like that, or at least that's the line we have. It looks good. So we saw king b7, which prevents king c6 in the future once the rook moves from c1, and now king b6, which still prevents that instead of king b8. Premier Chess, hey, thanks for the raid. So now rook h8, very important, and if the king goes back to b7, now our rook is already on h8, and thanks for the follow as well, and we're in time to try to make progress with the pawn. and check on e1 king d7, rook g1. Thanks for the follow, Anime. And now we push. We don't care about the checks because our rook is controlling the promotion already. So yeah, d7 is strong. Yeah, game over. This is what we have as main line, but um, probably at this point instead of rook g7 and or maybe at this point I would go rook g1 and no, but there's d7 immediately. Never mind. So at which point did I say rook g1? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I guess these checks don't work, so I guess maybe it makes more sense to try and allow Lucina. Uh, like some rookie one here, maybe. I guess rookie one could still um, try to pose some problems, some little tricks. Very decent. Although I can think of a number of ideas for white to try and win, like starting with rook h2, because honestly, the rook from the e file now doesn't have any checks. So I would just go rook h2 here. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, and the chat agrees. Rook h2. Yeah. So yeah, but rook g7 is such a silly main line. I mean, it's like losing on the spot, but I guess everything loses. What would be the most resilient to put as main line here? King b6 maybe? But then there's rook b8 check. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's it. Um there were some funny moments. Nice puzzle. Nice puzzle. Thank you for it. Right here, let me show just one thing. Uh, here I thought because we did this rook c7 and I have no alternative moves here. But for a second I thought just wait a tempo uh, and probably just d6 wins on the spot. Uh, but I wanted uh, this I mean rook e8 also wins on the spot. Like everything wins on the spot. But as black you have to look for tricks. So as black, you look for tricks like this to try and save the game. Boom. You know, if you're lucky against a human, uh, you can get away with some tricks like this. Um, this would be a draw already, by the way. Just go back and have all the checks that you want. Um, so so yeah, the problem is white has a number of winning moves here. There's no need to play two bad moves in a row. Um, yeah, nice. Good puzzle. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it here in the study, or wasn't it? It's not in the study. Oh my goodness. No, I thought it was on the study. Um, I'll add it to the study. And games are really hard. They are, right? Okay, so anime I think it's gonna do it. Do you want more endgame puzzle suggestions? No, not today. Not today. Okay, so we're going to see it's a 1+0 game. So as long as the line we saw is the top engine moves, I think we're gonna be fine. King c6, check, king d7, rook h1, rook g, rook e2, check, king c6, check, king d6, rook c4. Okay, we didn't see that one, but I guess rook h2. It's the same idea, right? It doesn't matter if it's on c1 or c4. We go rook h2, king there, rook check, king, king there, rook h8, king back to b7. Oh, rook c1, then we check on b8. Yeah, super easy now. Rook b2, and it's game over. Yeah, king d7, push the pawn, king e7, check king d8, rook d, push the pawn, and now we make Lucina on the 5th rank maybe, or we can wait for a move. There's also an alternative method. On the 5th rank is tricky because you don't want to play, exactly, you don't want to play rook versus queen against the computer. Just play rook b1. And rook on the 4th rank now there was, oh, no, that was not right. Rook b4, there you go. Nice trick by the computer. And white timed out, which is a loss, by the way. Okay, good try. Let me show one thing. Analysis board. uh, or two things. Well, there was obviously a mistake. Again, I said this previously. I would try that rook on the 4th rank to prevent Lucina on the 4th rank. The other way you can win this, the alternative method to Lucina, it's maybe worth knowing once the king is away because you already did the check, is this. That's winning too. And then if necessary that or the check. I mean, depends on. So yeah, that's another way. But also if this king ever gets there, there's king c8. So is that the only idea here? No, no. I mean, uh, Lucina on the 5th rank is okay, but you have to be careful. And here, of course, instead of going out rook b4, you already had Lucina here, rook b4. Yeah, you need an increment or something. And then this was a nice try. What if he stayed there? What do you mean if he stayed there? On the 4th? I mean, you can do Lucina on the 5th like you did. But when they attack your rook, I think you can just... No, you can't. Right. Well, if it was with time, I would go for the queen versus rook. Yeah, that's the problem with Lucina on the 5th, is you have to go for queen versus rook, and you don't want that against an engine. So, so I would go for the alternative method here. Or you can also try this. You're threatening to get out. So that's the only way. I don't think it's the only way. I don't think it's the only way, but that's what I would do if, you know, in time trouble like you were. If my opponent plays rook e4, then I go for this. Coming here, bringing the king doesn't work because of king c8, and you know this works. By the way, once the rook is here, king c8 is already a threat. Um, so yeah. So well played, Stockfish. He might slide the rook to a8 and checkmate you. I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna be a checkmate when we have king e7. Like, I mean, yeah. But avoid queen versus rook against Stockfish. Yes, definitely not go for that. With the king on c8 and black king on c6. But how? But black can't never get that. Oh, you mean when I said if king c6, king c8? But the problem is check, then we can promote or play the king out. Uh, Even promoting to a knight would be funny, but I think it's a draw, right? But yeah, just check. There's no way. Yeah, but there's no way. Um, is that another attempt, anime? Copy. Okay. Okay. Let's see it. Second attempt. This is 1+0 again. Um, okay. This time, no rook c7 happened. Okay, now we're here. Rook c4 was the previous attempt. Rook c3 doesn't really matter. And after the check king b6, rook h8, the computer didn't go king b7. Yeah, exactly. So now we have a Lucina kind of situation, rook b1, and this will advance. That's something we know. The key is will anime this time achieve a proper Lucina position. Rook e4. Oh, now there's Lucina coming. And after king there, king a5. No, check, check, king a5 now. Tricky. Now promotion and game over. All right. Rook b1, maybe. Yeah. Well done. Yep, that's it. Uh, well done. Nicely. Nicely done. All right. Um, I think I'm gonna leave it here, guys. It's been honestly, I thought it was gonna be a short stream because not a lot of positions, but in the end, and thanks to this puzzle, it was quite a while. So yeah, that's it for today. Uh, this completes our uh, study of rook and pawn versus rook. At least the theoretical positions we must know. Uh, Queen versus rook, just keep the rook near your king. Oof. Queen versus rook, we're gonna do at some point. Let me share the calendar of events with you uh, before I close. Um, I'm going to go. I'm going to go over Queen versus Rook soon, although I already covered the basics. The only position you must know, I covered that one. Again, as I said earlier, if if uh, if two humans are playing, Queen versus Rook is a win for the Queen, like 90% of the time. And the only position you must know there is clear board. Um, like, oops. Let's say it's white to move here. Yeah, white to play. Analysis board. This is the one position you must know. That's it. That's so if you want to beat a human, you only need to know this one. And you probably will win anyway without this one. But if you're playing against a stockfish, then you better prepare, which is, by the way, a challenge I have. So uh, yeah, it's a very useless challenge because against humans, again, this is the only thing you must know. This position is white to move, and if it was black to move, black is in complete zugzwang. So this is a key position where you uh, try to arrive to the same kind of position, just a tempo. You just lose a tempo. So for example, you do this check. King here hangs mate. So king will go here or there, probably here. I don't know. And if here you can do the check here. If in the corner you can choose which side you want to do it. It doesn't matter really. So you do the check. If rook blocks this checkmate, so king must go there. You go back to the initial position. So you basically triangulate it from the initial position. And now it's black to move. And now this rook must move to one of these horrible looking squares where you have a sequence of 2 or 3 checks to cash in the rook. So yeah, that's the one position you must know. And even then, you probably win without even having to use this human versus human. But yeah, against computer, the problem is to arrive to this position. Maybe the other thing you must know are probably the tricks. Um, let's say if this comes from a position like, I don't know, I'm gonna make some bad moves, okay, for both sides. Um, you must know the stalemate tricks that you may fall for. Like if it was, let me put the same position with black to move. Um, so for example, check here, right? I'm doing it wrong. Need my queen somewhere else. But you know what I mean. Well, here there's a bunch of checks. The problem is when you already have the queen on. Yeah, king b6, right. But if you don't go king b6, well, this is still good, right? I guess king here is pretty much decent. But that's not the position I wanted to show, really. So let's do something like, I don't know, this and um, I don't know, something like this. And this is very tempting, but after this check, for example, you want to be careful now, because if you go here, boom. So you need to not fall for these tricks. So maybe when I said there's one thing you must know, maybe there's 2 things you must know, because you need to be aware that there are stalemate tricks like this that you don't want to fall for. Or for example, this, and if you take, it's a draw, and if you go back, then it's an immediate draw. So this is the sort of tricks you must not fall for, and this maybe you need to know, yeah, against human. Yeah, queen versus rook stream, that's gonna be fun, but I need to prepare because I used to practice it in the past. It's really, really tough, really tough against a computer. Against a computer is really, really tough. But yeah, we'll get there, and I'll try to come up with techniques, not with memorizing moves, because I could of course memorize what's the top ending move, so I know what Stockfish will play, and I can memorize only that. But no, I really want to be able to solve it. But yeah, it's going to be hard, and I may not solve it. Anyway, going back to showing the calendar. There we go. Um, maybe. Okay, I think I'm probably sharing it on screen now. This was today. Um, from which books are these? a bit of everything. Uh, my reference books are The Fundamental Chess Endings by Karsten Muller and 100 Endgames You Must Know by De La Villa. Those are my two favorites. But then I have also the Kasparian Domination Endgames that I will bring some puzzles from that too at some point. But yeah, most theoretical endgames. I mean, of course, the books are great, but there's a lot of material out there. It's not like you have to follow one book or another. Um, all right, so today that's it. Tomorrow I'm not gonna stream, probably because I have some errands to run, and then I have round two of the Backhouse World Championship with PKR, and I don't want to stream when when I'm playing. Chess.com goes really doesn't go really smooth. Like in an entire match, there's a certain point when it starts lagging, and if I add the stream to that, I endanger this the yes. Hey VKR, yeah, we got this. So yeah, tomorrow was it 7 or 7:30? I think it was 7. Anyway, tomorrow I won't stream, and Friday I probably won't stream because I don't stream on Fridays. So it's gonna be 2 days without streaming. However, on Saturday we have the semi-finals of Fisher Random, and I decided to stream that because the alternative was to stream the Nations Battle, which I don't feel comfortable about because it's too intense to stream it, to add a distraction there. So yeah, I'll see you on Saturday, guys. Um, I hope you have a great rest of the week, and thanks for being there. It's been instructive. Someday this month or next month, because this month is about to end, we will see Pepe versus Stockfish on Queen versus Rook. Um, and yeah, that's it for me. Let's rate someone. Probably Art Viga. And I'll see you on Saturday, guys. We're going to see the semifinals. I'm going to provide commentary on the semifinals of the Fisher Random World Chess Championship. Uh, who do you think will get to the semifinals? Carlsen Hikaru? Probably. Who else? Mm-hmm. Wesley So, probably. Well, Hans is not playing, so not Hans. Yeah. Yeah, Wesley, Magnus, and Hikaru. Those are my bets, but there's a fourth one. Who will be the fourth one? Oh, Abdusatorov. Yeah, Abdusatorov is probably the one that's doing best so far. So we'll see. Those four clear candidates. Anyway, we'll see. I'll see you on Saturday for the semifinals. Have a great rest of the week. Bye bye.